I'm quite happy that we're starting off at Juma because we haven't started off at Juma in a while. It's always been Jamala or Okukuyo because that's usually where all the action is. And there definitely will be action there too. But it's always nice to start with one of the smaller things, especially since World Reptile Day is this month as well. So starting off with a reptile. That's on the 21st of October though. If this is the first time that you're joining us, please be reminded that we are live and interactive, which means that you can send through questions and comments. You can do that by heading over to our website and registering. I love to hear from all of you how you're enjoying live at the Waterhole. For me, I've got some avocado and a glass of water. And anything suits watching wildlife. Now, at this time of the day, it's pretty late in the morning, by bush standards at least. There goes our water monitor. Yes, get up there. Now, this particular branch, I've seen about 6 different water monitors on this same branch before. So we might be delighted with more individuals as well. But what I was saying is that at this time of the morning, late by safari standards, you don't see too much happening on the predator front. But there's so much more to look forward to. Bird life, elephants, general game, reptiles like this guy. And because it is basically this time that's in between game drives, if you're out in the bush or even if you're watching WildEarth, it's in between the sunrise and sunset safari. It's kind of considered the quiet time. And in a way, at Live at the Waterhole, that's what we're reflecting. The pace is very slow. We take it easy. You can obviously ask questions and comments. But for the most part, we spend time allowing ourselves the space to just enjoy nature without demanding too much from you. So I give you lots of moments of silence and a lot of space to just enjoy. Already we have a comment coming through. Danny, you say, oh my gosh, look at him go. Yeah, look at him go. And hopefully we'll see some others too. In this particular spot of this dam, I've seen at least 3 fully grown adult Nile monitors and very many little ones. Sometimes the little ones go all the way to the very top. But as you can see, it's a little overcast, which means that they're not getting as much of that sunlight as they would like because essentially they're basking right now, trying to collect a whole lot of heat energy. But the ambient temperatures are pretty high, even though the sun is not peeking through just yet. It is very windy at Juma. I was about to say a little bit windy, and then the camera started shaking a lot. So how about we head over to have a look at the weather, and then we'll pop out on the other side at Okukuyo. hot all round, but quite a lot of cloud cover, and you can see it here at Okokuyu as well. We've arrived in Etosha National Park, and delightfully, we have three giraffe having a drink. I must say, it's actually quite quiet. Usually, Okokuyo is bustling, usually with springbok and zebra, kudu as well. But now we just have a sprinkling of springbok, and we have three giraffes. I think this is the most giraffes I've seen drinking at a single time at Okakuyo. Well, that was a lovely yet short lived experience with the giraffe here at Okakuyu. And would you believe it? Up in King's Camp in the Timbavati, or I should say down in King's Camp in the Timbavati, down from Okakuyu definitely, there are some elephants. So let's head over. Now, King's Camp in the Timbavati is really close to Juma in the Sabi Sand, or the Greater Kruger National Park, and the weather obviously looks very similar, so you're going to see some of the branches sway in the wind, and you might hear that wind too. But this camera is so close to the waterhole that we can hear the elephants really well as well. So take a moment to really take this in. The color is beautiful, the clarity is lovely, and the sounds are going to be amazing. really loving the sounds here. And it looks like they may even be expecting some rain soon. See, the greens look very, very vibrant, and usually when there's a lot of moisture in the air, it seems to look that way. You probably noticed that wherever you live as well. When there's rain or moisture and it's overcast, you can really see the deep, rich, vibrant greens of wild spaces. That's a gray bird in the background that you're hearing. It's not a person, although it does sound like it. It's not a person, it's a gray go-away bird, and it's probably quite close to the camera, or quite close to the speaker, the microphone, which is why it sounds a little distorted. Hi, Jade. Thank you for joining us. That's exactly how we want you to feel. You say, oh, wow, it's like you're there amongst them. How cool. That's exactly how we want you to feel. I mean, it's not always accessible for us to travel to reserves, especially not big five reserves, all the time. And being able to, in a way, offer you the service of being able to allow you to immerse yourself and escape into nature for a little bit, I think is amazing. And it really pulls you in when you can hear all those sounds. It really makes you feel like you're there. And I'm so pleased that you feel that way, Jade. Well, I'm sure that you enjoyed those Ellies and the sound of that great go away bird very close to the mic. But now Ellies have moved off, and we're going to take a break from our great go away bird and head over to Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve where there's some more Ellies. Wow, really overcast all over the place. When I had a look at the weather, it was only Temple Plains that was full sunny and clear. And that particular camera is one we may be able to see later on once Africam comes on board. But the four cams we have today in the morning, everywhere is overcast. But now we are at Jamala. You can see that there's a lot more water in the waterhole. But please be reminded that you may hear those construction sounds. But other than that, I'm quite happy to sit and watch these elephants.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
The three elephants that we're looking at here are elephant bulls. They seem to be the ones that usually monopolize this particular part of the waterhole to the exclusion of the breeding herds when they come through. But eventually everyone gets their turn, but now that there is so much water in the waterhole and it's less muddy, there's enough water for all the animals to drink, not only the elephants. At one point, a couple days ago, the elephants absolutely took over Jamala Waterhole. And zebra were coming down, impala were coming down, and they couldn't get a gap. A gap where they could actually drink and not be drinking mud. There we go. Just as we were talking about elephant bulls using this particular spot, and sometimes to the exclusion of breeding herds, in come some females, or a female and her two offspring. They also want to get into that nice water at that particular pipe. Look at how she's stretching. She's apprehensive about getting too close. You can see her tail is stiff as well. She's a little nervous. But eventually she gets there, and so do her little ones. That's very nice of you, elephant bulls. Sharing is caring, and they're definitely caring this morning. The last the last few days we've been here at Jamala and watching the elephants, it's been really chaotic, very crazy, lots of them coming through and lots of movement, lots of vocalizations. But today things look very, very calm. And I wonder if the weather has something to do with that. Yes, it is still very warm, but it's overcast, and maybe that makes them a little less irritable. But in general, they are going to be quite irritable. You can see there's very little vegetation around, so that means that they're functioning on bare bones resources, food resources at least. So that makes them a little bit irritable. How's this bull just kind of sliding through? Not walking forward to get where he needs to go, just kind of walking backwards and sideways, trying to insert himself into the spot he had where he was drinking out of that little pipe. Hi, Ilana. I can't say I've ever been asked this question before. You'd like to know if I think the little ones like blowing bubbles. Well, strangely, I think they do. Obviously, I can't comment on what they like and don't like, particularly when it comes to um, acts of play as opposed to some kind of survival behavior or instinctual behavior. However, I have seen little ones, not only little ones, I might add, put their trunks in the water and just blow. I have seen it. But you know, when you initially asked that question, when I first got it in my ear, I was imagining not them blowing bubbles in the water, but somehow blowing big bubbles like how we would blow bubbles out of their trunks. And then my mind just started to go a little bit crazy, thinking about, well, if they had soapy water, what could they do with it? Probably blow quite a few bubbles. But I know what you're asking. You're asking about them in the dams, and yes, they do. They like to put their trunks in and just kind of blow, but it's not really only playful behavior, so I can't say that they like it, because at the same time, what it does is it can clear sediment. So if there's something, or not sediment, but something that's floating in the water, if say there's just a little bit of algae or something like that, if they blow in the water, then it disrupts it creates a little current and it disrupts the water. And by doing that, they can move aside anything they don't want to drink, but at the same time, it kicks up sediment that's been sitting at the bottom of the water. So what they'll do is they'll blow and then they'll wait a little bit and then they'll skim the water off the top. So that water now is clear of any algae that they've blown away or bubbled away. And then all the sediment would have sunk to the bottom so they can take that really nice top layer of water that's clean.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
This elephant bull on the left, he looks perfect. His tusks are really nice and thick, even though they're short. His ears are entire, and he was pushing them out so we could see them very well. And this little one here, its tusks are very, very small, just starting to peek through. So it's only about 3 years old or so. So what we're seeing are the elephant bulls that were originally here at this spot, and then we're seeing a mum and her two offspring. So the one with the little tusks poking out, that one is probably only about 2.5 to 3 years old. Just bumped its head on mum. Mum standing in the middle of the two, and then there's one on the other side who's older. The one on the other side looks like it's about 6 or 7. Its tusks are quite significant. Here comes another cow. And in the background there is a buffalo. Things are getting a little busier here. I'm just watching what's happening because this cow came in and then the little family reacted very strongly to her. Now she's obviously coming in with her own herd. And from what I saw, doesn't look like those other ones were part of her herd. There they go. Now they're leaving very quickly. Interesting, because we've spoke about this before, that even if elephants are not part of the same herd, they usually know everybody in the surrounding area. But it appears almost like there was a little rift between these two groups, because that cow came in and almost said, "Hey, move aside, my family's coming through now," and they very quickly obeyed. Sanjeev, you reckon these elephants are having a round table meeting to enforce peace at the Waterhole? I think that elephants are amongst the most peaceful at a waterhole, though they can be quite possessive. They need to include, they need some diversity on this round table. They need some buffalo to come in, some zebra, maybe even a few predators, so they can all chat about the truce, the unspoken truce at a waterhole. These sounds are lovely. And on top of that, we get to see the little lapwing there, blacksmith lapwing towards the bottom. Oh, looks like it just made a kill as well. Very aggressively pecked at the ground. Apart from the energetic lapwing, everything else here has been really relaxing, very calming. The elephants, a couple of days ago I was asked why elephants walk backwards. They walk backwards because they can, It's just easier for them than to go forward, turn around their large bodies. Just take a few steps backwards. But ever since I was asked that question, it feels like the elephants at Jamala walk backwards a lot. Look at this youngster. You could just turn around. Just turn around. There we go. Okay, I feel like this is becoming a trend now with the elephants at Jamala. I wonder what it is about this space, and maybe I'm just noticing it a lot more now. But it feels like in Jamala, the elephants walk backwards for more than a few steps.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
The sound of cicadas. I think that the overcast weather across all our locations in southern Africa this morning is affecting the movement at the waterholes. Everyone seems a little bit less intense, a little less crowded. There's a lot more shade around because there's clouds in the sky. And when it's really hot and it's clear and the sun is beating down, that's when you get a lot of movement and crowds at a waterhole. And we've seen it now across the board. I mean, for once, King's Camp had elephants, which was lovely. But we've seen it in Juma, we've seen it in Jamala, where we just were, we've seen it in Okukuyo. Things are much more relaxed. There's less sense of desperation, of needing to cool down or to have water to drink. Everything just feels so much more relaxed. Now, ordinarily, we'd start to see animals streaming in from the tree line across those little paths that you can see through the white salt coated rocks. You can see the brown sand. Those are the paths that animals most often use. That's why those rocks are kind of kicked aside. It's a game path. We usually see a lot of movement there. But today, very chilled. Animals are still going to make their way down, but I suppose the motivation or the desperation is reduced because they don't have the sun really beating down on them.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
It's starting to get busier and busier. This is probably one of the largest herds of wildebeest that I've seen come down here to the Okakoyo Waterhole. Definitely have seen them. They're common around this area. But this is a really nice big herd. I'd say probably about 20 or 30 individuals. Doesn't sound very impressive, but from what we've seen on this camera, it is. In the distance there, I also see some gemsbok. They haven't decided to make their way all the way down to the waterhole just yet, but eventually they will. just about 15 minutes until Africam jumps on board too, and we have access to a whole lot of other cameras with different habitats in different countries and different biodiversity. I love when 12 o'clock comes round and we have all these options, and we really get to be spoiled with live at the Waterhole. Sometimes having in excess of 10 different cameras that we could potentially visit, thanks to Africam jumping on board at that time. So always look forward to it. Of course, my favorite is Old Donio. A reminder as well that we are live and interactive. You can send through questions and comments if you like. You can tell me which of the cameras are your favorite cams. You can tell me which sounds are your favorite, whatever you like. If you want to just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sights and sounds of the various waterholes, you can do that too. Hi, Virgil. Thank you for joining us. You're happy to spend this time with me? Thank you very much. And Virgil, not sure if you share a birthday with me, but the poet Virgil does, on the 15th of October. There was a time, I suppose we all did it when we tried to figure out people that we shared our birthdays with. And I'm not sure if I shared with any celebrities, but Virgil the poet definitely stood out as someone I shared my birthday with. I really used to, well, I still do, really used to enjoy Greek and Roman ancient history, and I think it shows. In a few minutes, we won't just have Okakuyo, King's Camp, Juma, and Jamala available to us, but we'll also have Campus Dam, Naledi Dam, Tau, Shalati Sunrise, Mabula, and Oldonyo, all thanks to Africam. So lots of variety there, different places in South Africa, but also up in Kenya, where the Oldonyo Cam is. So lots to look forward to, and in a few minutes we'll welcome Africam on board. All right, let's do this. Let's energize live at the Waterhole even more and welcome Africam on board and all their wonderful cameras. Hello and welcome to the Africam community and the Africams as well. We haven't gone to one of the Africams just yet because we decided to stop off here at King's Camp in the Timbavati because this elephant is having a great time there, as you can see. The sounds are wonderful, but before I keep quiet to let you enjoy it, a reminder that we're live and interactive and you can send through questions and the comments. That's what I'm here for. You can do that by heading over to our website. No, elephant, don't leave. Well, the elephant is walking away. Unfortunately, I had to talk over all the splishing and splashing, but that's okay. Let's head over to Africam Oldonyo up in East Africa in Kenya because I think there's an elephant there and the sounds are spectacular. Beautiful. We have a nice elephant bull and some zebra at the Africam Oldonyo waterhole. So now I am going to be quiet so you can actually listen. I have to speak over the other elephant. I really don't like doing that because the sounds of elephants at a waterhole are so beautiful. So let me give you that opportunity right now. And I've seen this here quite a lot at El Doño, and this elephant is doing the same thing that we see at Jamala. He's putting his trunk right over the little spout that feeds water into this water hole. And we've had close-ups of it before, and it really is so, so interesting to watch. Now we've just asked the Zoomy if they can get a little closer, and hopefully we'll be able to see it. Obviously, we still need him to do it. But you can really see how he gets the end of the trunk right over that spout, and you can hear it as well as he sucks in. There we go. Just take a look. Oh, it's such an interesting thing to watch. He's really spreading the tip of his trunk over that spot and sucking in. You can see the movements. What he's doing is exactly what we do with our mouths. He's creating a vacuum over that spot so he can suck through. And you can see him moving that trunk around to get that perfect, secure spot, so he can actually create suction. Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits. Oh yes, Benji, these gents are majestic, and the sounds are just amazing. This poor zebra had to find a gap where it wasn't going to get splashed with water. The elephant with the floppy ear definitely gave it a look, but it's allowing it to drink. But you know, all of a sudden they might just spray some water on the zebra, and the zebra knows that full well. Almost thought it was going to happen there. You can see that the zebra is very, very cautious. Its front legs are kind of jittering every now and then, almost expecting a reaction from the elephant. Wow, that's a whole lot that just happened there. I'm not sure what caused it. Definitely the zebra caused the reaction from the elephant bull. But those two that just came racing through, I don't know if they just were very excited to have a drink, or perhaps they were fighting over on the other side and then decided to take a break to have a drink. We have just moved over to Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve in South Africa. Still have some lovely elephants down here too. And our Old Donyo cam, Africam Old Donyo, needs a little bit of TLC. Hopefully it'll be back soon because there seems to be a lot of energy and action up there in East Africa. Okay, well, a few of the cams need some TLC. Jamala was also not very happy there, so we're going to give them a little bit of attention, and in the meantime, we'll spend the remainder, or at least for the next few minutes, spend time here at Okukuyo. It's gotten busier. When we started here, it was just a couple of springboks, but now a few more have come through. Those wildebeest have left the waterhole now. Those camsbok haven't come down yet, or maybe they already have and they've left. I think I also see some zebra approaching the waterhole. So much busier than it was earlier. Okay, we're gonna give old Donio another try. We've got an eland there and a zebra, so let's go over and have a look at African Donio in East Africa. Oh, this is lovely. We've got a nice, great big eland here. And a zebra very happily, I think, sharing the water in this waterhole, this incredibly productive waterhole, considering how small it is. The elephant bulls may still be around, but for the most part it looks like they've moved off. But there's just always so much activity here that it wouldn't surprise me if some more elephant bulls came through as well. Oh, this is actually a really interesting view. If you look at the zebra, you can see the underneath of its chin, or kind of like its neck. So you can see the movement as it drinks. You can see the, it's not really muscle, but the skin moving as it's pulling water into its mouth. I was just about to say that I think that the elephant bulls are still on the other side because of the way the zebra reacted, but also the sound. And lo and behold, they are there. And that elephant bull is really still having a go at that little inlet that lets the water into the water hole. I love the sound though of them sucking it up. That looked like a very silent way of that elephant saying, "Hey, back it up, eland, back it up." And the eland said, "Yep, yep, sir. Off I go."
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari. Still very, very busy at that spot in the waterhole. It kind of reminds me of when you have just ice left in your glass and you're drinking through a straw and then the ice melts a little bit and then you try to drink it up. That's how it sounds when this elephant is trying to drink up all the water coming from that little inlet. Because it's not a lot, it's kind of a trickle. But that doesn't matter to him. It's the best trickle he's going to find right now. So he wants it. Now, oftentimes you even see them lining up and waiting for that exact spot where the water comes in.
Yes, Jethro, I absolutely agree with you. Aldonio is magnificent. And when we're at this cam, the sound is so clear and the position of the camera low down gives us such a wonderful view. It really makes me feel like I'm right there in Kenya enjoying this waterhole. Ah, oh no. Oh, it was stuck there briefly. We do apologize for that. It looks like things are back. Now both these bulls are trying to share that spot. Oh no, they've frozen again. But in the freeze, we managed to catch a citrus swallowtail butterfly go past. Oh, that was a great big throw of the water there. Oh, you were asking earlier about elephants bubbling the water. You just saw it, and it's even the elephant bulls that do it, not just the youngsters. So if you watch him, you might see him bubble the water again. All right, Old Donyo is amazing. Sometimes it gets stuck. So we're back down in South Africa at Jamala Waterhole and Madikwe Game Reserve, spending time with more elephants. Things are very calm. Over the last few days, it's just been splishing and splashing and mud baiting and drinking and fighting and shouting. But today, everyone is very peaceful. I guess there's a whole lot more water to go around.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join Cedric and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
a little intense here at Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve. There's a bit of a box going on between these two illies. Lots of shouting, all the action starting to get unpacked here at Jamala, and just in time for me to leave you all. It's time for me to say goodbye and welcome Ralph on board. He'll be taking you through the next 2 hours and a bit of live at the Waterhole until Sunset Safari begins at 3 p.m. So let me love you and leave you. Thank you for spending the last few days with me in the morning for live at the Waterhole. I hope you had a nice time spending time listening to nature and enjoying the sights. But for now, let me hand you over to Ralph.
Well, thank you to the very wonderful Trishala Naidu. And for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. My name is Ralph Kirsten. And first up here, we're at the Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa and Jamala with multiple, countless elephants. This is wonderful. And please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience. So we'd love for you to jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on X, formerly known as Twitter, and you can use the hashtag WildEarth. You can also jump on the YouTube live chat. What is it that you'd like to see? What would you like to talk about? I always like sailing close to the wind. So let's get the controversial topics out there and discussed. And with us seeing so many elephants here, I have to say that the first topic that I'd like to just delve into a little bit is the amount of elephants that are on the Madikwe Game Reserve. Now, the last numbers that we do have is over 1,500 of them. And I think it's probably quite a bit more than that. And it's probably about 10 to 15% over the carrying capacity. However, what do we do about that? Now, there's big talk about corridors between the Madikwe Game Reserve and the Pilanesberg National Park. But that is a wonderful idea, which we do have in other nature reserves and game reserves around South Africa. Great idea, but how to implement. So with us also reaching the point that it's not socially acceptable to perform culling, as they used to do in the 60s, 70s, and even early 80s, what do we do about these overpopulated areas of elephants? And with them being mega herbivores, they have a massive impact on game reserves. Wonderful creatures, one of my favorite animals to be in the presence of and to have on these game reserves and take guests to view as tourists. But the problem remains that there are too many of them. So if we allow the numbers to continue to grow, we're going to eventually have a very big problem. It's going to be landing up a huge drop in numbers. We're going to land up having starving animals, not only the elephants, but also the other animals as well. The flora is impacted. What do we do? The answer is still out there, somewhere to be found. Do we revert back to culling, which is seemingly disastrous kind of outcome, I think? But it is one of the solutions. I don't punt it in any way. But what else can we do? Do we try and move them to other game reserves? This is a highly costed procedure, and you need to move entire herds. Do you perform vasectomies on the males, which has also been done? Do you use contraception on the females, which has also been done? Creates huge social issues within the groups of elephants and mental problems. So we don't really have the perfect or ideal solution. And I think we need to open up that topic and see what everybody else thinks. What can we do? Because, as I say, if we leave that for the next 50 years, the area around and in these parks that these elephants impact upon can be destroyed to the point where it could take another 1,000 years to recover. And that would be the natural way of letting it happen, and a natural successive cycle. But we've closed them in. so they aren't able to migrate as they would from the areas that they have sort of impacted upon and move up into the Okavango Delta or move through into Mozambique, etc. We have international boundaries as humans, so it's unacceptable for us to allow that. And they'll also come into human conflict with people, and there will be people in danger of being trampled by the elephants themselves, as well as their livelihoods impacted upon, their water resources, their food resources. So there is no real visible solution in my mind. Maybe we've got some ideas out there from the general public. Send it through. It is, however, wonderful to see elephants in their numbers like this, because the social interaction is just absolutely fascinating. And we've heard a lot of vocalization, but you can see this guy doing the moonwalk like we saw yesterday. It's obviously a bit of a submissive display. Showed a bit of aggression, but then realized that maybe he took on a little bit more than he could chew. And with a youngster here in the foreground, just having a drink from mom, there's all sorts going on. It's almost like a festival where you see humans, and I love people watching as well. People doing all sorts of things, kids around, adults, some with beards, some with hats, some with fancy shoes, some doing strange things, some people doing normal things in inverted commas. Highly intelligent creatures that fascinate me. But that being said, Jamala isn't the only damn cam that we do have. We've got multiple different locations. So I think with these guys hanging around a little bit, I'm sure they're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. So let's change of place. Not too far in the same game reserve, Madikwe Game Reserve, but this time let's head to Tau. And it must be mentioned that this is in partnership with AfriCam. So this is one of their permanent cameras. And you can also go onto the AfriCam website and view these cameras 24/7, 300 and how many days? 64, 5 days a year. Beautiful, big waterbuck bull enjoying this greenery within the waterhole at AfriCam Tau. There's a little dab chick there on the right hand side doing its thing. Lovely birding at this particular waterhole as well. Seems like a permanent water source, and you can see that from all the lilies and the lovely greenery of the plants around. So I think the animals don't just come down for a drink like with this waterbuck. They also do eat quite a bit of the grass and little plants around. And one of the best things I must say about these remote cameras is that the animals have no idea, no clue that we're watching them, and they really are in their natural state, not impacted by our smells and sounds or view of us or anything like that. So I think it is really special.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
So this Waterhole camera is situated at the Tau Lodge in the Madikwe Game Reserve, and this fence that you're seeing here is to protect and stop the animals from going into the lodge area itself, because it's mainly for the likes of lion, buffalo, elephants, and the rest. And so just keeping the family orientated lodge safe from those potentially dangerous animals. Nice little family of warthogs there in the background, happily grazing away. And they do like to wallow in the mud as well. Very comical when they do, especially when they go afterwards and find a scratching post. And some Egyptian geese there in the background as well, ever present, and they'll be pairing up now currently. Probably those two on the left look like a couple. I think that third one feeling a bit left out. Yeah, they do say that two's company, three's a crowd. Looks like the one on the right there has realized as such. And a blacksmith lapwing just off to the right of the warthogs. Looks like a three-banded plover, maybe walking just on the edge of the water there. And lots of signs of elephant as well. And as we were discussing yesterday, especially at this time of the year, you get that real reddy pinkish color to the dung itself, with the elephants not having an amazing amount of nutritious food available. They go looking for that inner cambium or bark on the trees, and it does then reflect itself in the dung. So Alana, lovely to have you on board with us, and I'm glad you're enjoying the lovely greenery and everything that's going on at Tau. It does make for quite a big contrast if you compare that to Jamala, but I think it's just the general availability of water here and a more sort of flay type waterhole. And in the background, when we do see that, looking at the Dwarsberg or the mountainous areas just off of this waterhole, it's very similar then to the dryness that we experience at Jamala as well. So, as I say, it's good that it's overcast, and hopefully lots more rain is to come, because it's been very dry, and I think the animals will be really suffering as a result. And when it is dry like this as well, the likes of ticks have a high impact on the animals, and any diseases that are present, they fall foul to it because they're weaker than they would be normally when there's lots of nutritious food available. So that's where we then do start to see natural selection at play and survival of the fittest, and those genetics then going through. So it's a natural cycle. It's nothing unusual, but it is it's a difficult time of the year for the animals as a result. But that's why also where there is food availability like this at Tau, the animals then do enjoy it and spend a lot of time here. And I think these warthogs are really enjoying this lovely greenery and grazing here at Africam Tau. Now, we spoke of overpopulation of elephants, so that they're obviously an iconic species, a massive animal, so they have a very high impact and also a very big sort of social response in any kind of human interaction or us getting involved when the numbers do grow and too much. But we've got to also look at then the other species as well. And I've seen many reserves across South Africa, from KwaZulu-Natal to the Eastern Cape, where there potentially isn't enough predators for taking, or at least keeping in control, the numbers of warthogs. And they are they do have a high impact on the grazing. They are bulk grazers, almost feeding as much as a zebra would. So they can also give birth to up to 8 piglets in one go, and they can give birth sometimes up to 3 times a year. So their numbers can grow exponentially very quickly if they're not fed on and their numbers kept in check by predators. So on a lot of private reserves where they don't have these predators, they simulate the predators through hunting. Now, that's also a controversial subject, but like I say, I like sailing close to the wind. So we talk about it because it is factual and it's real, and not scared to talk about anything that is exactly that. So the guys perform predator simulation, and you actually find on those private reserves that they have more healthy populations of the animals in general, because it's really important that you do have apex predators. We've seen it in the northern hemisphere, where wolves have become absent in some parts of the mountains, etc. And the rest of the prey species actually suffer as a result, because the populations become stagnant over decades of no apex predators, and they find all sorts of diseases cropping up as well. And they found with the reintroduction of wolves and actually predating on those prey species, there's a more healthy environment, healthy populations of those prey species. So sometimes us as humans, we think that actually killing animals is a dastardly act and we shouldn't be doing it. But sometimes it actually helps, and most of the time it does help in the health of the populations, because that's how nature works. We just don't like it, but nature is brutal, and those dastardly acts that we believe as such are actually sometimes very important. So keeping those numbers in check, if it's not a predator, it's sometimes good management wise to simulate them and actually go out and hunt. So keeping numbers down of warthogs actually helps to prevent overgrazing. There's a game reserve in Pongola where I've seen herds of warthog. It's incredible, and they really do need to keep their numbers down. It's similar in the Eastern Cape. That also is important, because left unchecked, they can have a high impact, as discussed. What would that impact be, people may ask? If you have areas that are overgrazed, it can very often result in open patches. The grass doesn't grow anymore. There's certain species of grass that they react very detrimentally to being overutilized, and to the point where if it happens in successive years, they won't grow there anymore. And the succession stage then almost reverses. And you can have open patches of areas. Then the wind will blow the topsoil. When it rains, you have a very high runoff, so you'll have very high erosion as well, and the creation of dongas and all sorts. And so it can even change the terrain and the topography of the reserve itself, and resulting in those areas not having a viable substrate for plants to grow. So it may seem small, but it does have a very high impact of overgrazing when the likes of warthog numbers are left unchecked. I think this waterbuck has probably been hanging around here for quite a while. He seems in fantastic condition, and why would you want to go anywhere when you've got good food availability and water right in the same spot? But like we've said, when you've got a spot like this, it will have or be highly impacted upon, because a lot of the animals are going to be staying here and grazing on it. You can see in the background, there's absolutely no grass availability. It's just here in the waterhole itself, in the shallow areas in and around the water. I do believe, though, there is a bit of a change in the color of the background there in the tree line. A couple of weeks ago, I think that was all bare. So I think they've had a decent amount of rain, a little bit at least, enough that the plants have started to have new growth and heading into the summer season. So that is good news, but I do still think we need lots more. So a little bit quiet here for now. I'm sure there's going to be lots of animals coming down in the not too distant future. But while we wait for more activity here, let's head to a camera or location that does have a little bit more activity. This time, let's head up to East Africa and Kenya and Africam Oldonyo. This being one of the locations of and having some of the most activity. This is an absolutely beautiful waterhole here between the Amboseli and Tsavo National Parks. It's over 111,000 hectares of private land. In the background, when it's clear, we can see the Kilimanjaro mountain, very iconic mountain in Kenya itself, the largest mountain in Africa, or the highest, as that giraffe just ghostly walked off to the left there. Now, also just returning to a question that we got in relating to the elephant conversation I was having in Jamala, and Lira was asking, would not green corridors be extended to pass under highways or bridges built over roadways to extend elephant migrations? Lira, this is a very pertinent point, and I think, yes, I agree with you 100% there. But these kind of corridors would take a lot of human resources. It would take a lot of money, and it would also take probably moving of communities out of the corridor areas themselves. So a lot of economic input as well. Yeah, money. We always get back to that. And when we speak of corridors, we speak of that a lot in the Eastern Cape, where they want to try and extend the Addo Elephant National Park right through all of the private reserves, from Shamwari to Amakala to Kariga Game Reserve and all the ones in between, so that they can join up with the Woody Cape part of National Park, which is separated from the Addo main reserve currently. But that is the idea. The idea has been there for decades. But to actually get all those private landowners on board is another story. There's a lot of family interest in those reserves themselves, coming yearly to come and do their holiday activities on the land, and it's been passed through the generations. Plus, added to the fact that once you open up areas, everybody needs to conform to the rules of the national park. And a lot of private landowners are not willing to do so. So it's easy for us to say, well, why not? Well, because if it's something is yours, you can do what you like on your own personal land. And when it's part of a national park, you can't. You need to conform to their rules. So this is one aspect of the problem of getting the private landowners to get on board. And then obviously the animals they may have farmed animals, or at least assisted in getting a particular species in more numbers on their land. And if they open up their fences to the other areas, those animals will leave. Yes, they may have other animals coming into their area, but it's personal sort of assets that a lot of people are not willing to give up. So the idea is great. As I say, that corridor between the Pilansberg National Park and the Madikwe Game Reserve, wonderful idea, but how do we put it into the fact of it to actually happen? So a little bit of issues on this camera. So let's just see. I think we're just going to move for now, just so that we get a decent camera back. And I'm sure things will sort themselves out here at Old Donyo. So for now, I think let's return back to Jamala.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
So, and when we speak of elephant migrations, naturally in the historical past, without the international borders that we currently have, you would have had elephants that would have enjoyed the areas right down into the Eastern Cape and the areas around the Addo Elephant National Park. But I think in those areas, potentially the elephants wouldn't have migrated too far, because there's so much food availability in the Cape Floral Kingdom and a very high carrying capacity that would be able to withhold big numbers of elephants. So I don't see them moving too much away from that area, but there would be times of the year that they go in search of certain plants, etc., towards the Karoo. But I see more an influx of elephants into those areas from the likes of the more desert areas, the Kalahari and the Karoo. But I think you probably had some moving from the Kalahari regions down into or to the eastern side of southern Africa, towards Mozambique, KwaZulu-Natal, and some moving up to the Okavango Delta. And then some remaining sort of as resident in those areas, whereas I don't think that you'd have too many elephants moving from the Okavango Delta or from the Eastern Cape into the desert regions. That wouldn't really make sense. I think there would have been a lot less of the elephants actually doing that kind of migration. It would more be moving to a higher resource area than to a lower resource area. But there would be times of the year when they go in search, as I say, of particular plants or when things actually show themselves. But we've stopped all those real traditional historical migrations with the international boundaries that we now have. So that's where we sort of get to the point where we say, now, what now? What now? What do we do with these national parks where these elephant numbers have grown to the point where they are over the carrying capacity? And you normally, I studied management or wildlife management, conservation of these particular national parks, wherever it might be. And you normally want to never get over about 80% of your carrying capacity, because once you're at 100%, how do you sort of then maintain it from there? So we're probably looking at about 120% of the carrying capacity of Madikwe currently. And what now? So the impact is going to be big, and eventually there's going to be some kind of die-off from the elephant population. And I think it's going to most likely be worse than, we imagine. What do we do from there? Do we allow the natural succession of that to take place? It's a difficult one because we've closed them in. So we've had a human influence, and now where do we stop with that? It's a conundrum I haven't been able to answer. Righty, so lots of elephant activity here, which once again, I don't think is going to dissipate anytime soon. There's all sorts going on. But there's a little bit of different activity going on in the same game reserve, but let's head back to Africam Tau. Now, this does look to be a southern masked weaver. And as you can see on the right-hand side there, lots of those little nests. And there's another male just hidden inside that acacia, now Vachylia. Also looks like it might be a sweet thorn. Wonderful spot for them to make their nests because they have lovely protection from the thorns. It does aid in stopping predators moving through those branches. And what you have with these little birds is that the males are now in breeding plumage, very bright yellow with a very dark black kind of mask. And what they do is they build a nest and then they try to attract a female. They hang on the bottom of the nest itself and they do a lovely sort of attraction display. They hang their wings out. They hang upside down and they sort of flitter their wings, flap their wings a little bit, but not fully. And it's a kind of jittery type wing flap. And then they're very chirpy at that point as well, trying to show off to the ladies who are quite a drab brown color. But when they're doing this, when they're doing the dance, the males I mean, it means that there are some females present and are interested in a mate. So the females will look at the male with the best little dance. And when the dance attracts the female, then she'll come and have an inspection of the nest. If she's happy with the nest, she'll move in. And then the copulation with the male will take place. And she'll then continue on with laying the eggs and looking after the chicks. The male, at that point, he will then start building another nest. And he'll do that again. However, if the female likes his dance, but she gets there and she inspects the nest and she doesn't like it, she'll cut it down. And then the male needs to start all over again, by which time there's probably another male that's attracted that same female, and she's, after one or two tries, she would have been happy with the building from the male and moved in with another male. So that male that had his nest cut down, he's got to start again, build another nest, and then try again. So the more experienced males who've gone through a couple of years of this breeding cycle, they can sometimes have upwards of 10 nests and females, all of his own. But the less experienced males, they will be lucky if they get one. So that's how they then learn the tricks of the trade to attract the females first to the nest, and then obviously the real building requirements of the females. And once they get that right, they get more experienced, and then they're able to have themselves more nests and more females, and obviously as a result, pass on their genes to a lot more generations. Jeanette, absolutely. For me, the sound of weavers is a real indication of spring. Where I grew up, I was always, I pretty much lived on the Klip River, fishing and camping every little moment I could. And winter was a very sort of sad time for me because the fishing wasn't very good. It was extremely cold. There were no leaves on any of the trees, and it was very quiet on the river, except for me and the sound of my boat. But the fish wouldn't bite either, or not much at all. The barbel or the catfish would go off the bite completely. And then when the call and the chitter-chatter of the weavers began, I knew that the fishing was going to be better, it was going to be hotter, and it was time for more time on the river. So it's a very wonderful sound for me for the introduction into spring and good times ahead. You can see there just on the right hand side, that was potentially one of the males that was not so experienced, and he's had his nest broken down, but I can't actually see any new nests that have been built. This is all old grass, and it's very dry and brown. So when they do build the new nests, it's normally from new grass. Maybe the problem is that there's actually no grass around for them to build new nests. So that could become a problem. Sometimes I've also noticed that what the males will do is if they built their nest so well that it survived through the winter period, they actually just do a little bit of renovation of their nest. And so you can have this brown color mixed with some new grass, particularly around the entrance. So it's not always that they build entirely new nests. I think the expert builders come just to renovate, and it's good enough for the females then as well. And these are, as we say, true weavers because they're able to tie a knot. And very often they need to take, sometimes they use one branch, as you can see on some of these nests, but sometimes they pull two branches together and then tie that little knot with a nice thin piece of grass. And they generally also choose their building material quite specifically. And I know where I stayed on the Highveld, we used to have some exotic pampas plants. And my mother used to hate the weavers because they used to strip those pampas leaves, which was perfect building material for them. But in the springtime, yes, very often those pampas plants were almost stripped entirely bare from the workings of the masked weavers. So, nice little time spent here with these weavers, southern masked weavers in the Madikwe Game Reserve in Africa Tau. But I think it's time to change of place once again. This time we're changing Game Reserve entirely and we're going to the Pilanesberg National Park and Kwa Maritani. Where we've got a lovely close-up shot of an Egyptian goose. And this particular waterhole is excellent for birding. So I'm hoping we get to see some of the less common birds as well. Nice to see an Egyptian goose, but they are very common. And we see them pretty much all over southern Africa. Wherever there is permanent waterholes, we see them. Very rowdy at this time of year as well. They're all paired up and they're almost gangster-like in protecting their particular space around their nesting sites. Very vocal birds are they, but you can also see that they do struggle to perch. So I'm quite surprised that this one is balancing, although it is quite a good post, although they nearly fell off because they don't have that toe at the back, so all the toes pointing forward, so not a true perching bird. And I think we do know that the white-faced whistling ducks are also called tree ducks because they're actually much better in the trees. Now I'd actually have to look into it because I think they might have a kind of a modified toe at the back that does allow them to be able to perch, but I haven't quite looked into it. So that's something interesting, I think. Now we do know that we call these Egyptian geese, but they're actually closer related to the shell ducks. What is the difference between a duck and a goose? Well, we say that you either quack or you honk. Now, if you honk, you would be considered a goose, and if you quack, you would be a duck. But an Egyptian goose, it sounds like it honks, but it's closer to the ducks. So that's where we've always got oddballs in nature, and we can never really put wildlife into boxes, but that's what we do. But then you get the likes of an Egyptian goose. So Siabelo, good question. Yeah, with Egyptian geese, they both assist in building the nest. It's not a very elaborate nest. It's just normally near to a bit of a thicket or brush or a little bush, depending on where they actually are situated. Sometimes there's a waterhole in a big grassland, and they might make their nest there. So they might just go then where there's a bit of a nice clump of grass and so on. So they do like to have a little bit of cover. And then it's a scrape in the ground with some sticks around it. So it's not a real big nest, as you would say. But then they're ever present around that area, and they very aggressively chase off any kind of predators. They're willing to fight for it. They put their wings out. They make a lot of noise. And I think it's generally the noise that they make, which is very raucous, that generally chases animals off. Then once the chicks hatch, they're never far from water. And if there's any kind of danger that presents itself predator-wise, they're very quick to take the little chicks onto the water and swim out, and then normally evade any kind of predation. But generally, Egyptian geese can have upwards of 10 eggs and chicks in one clutch. But normally there's not many of them that survive, because they get picked off by the likes of jackals, caracal, even monitor lizards, otters, prevalent in the water. That's one of the predators that would take them out when they're in the water itself, even when they're swimming around, oops, and a baby just disappears. Crocodiles, I would say as well, also predate on them. So we've seen in areas around South Africa a huge explosion, actually, and I'm sure people that live in South Africa would have noticed over the last decade or so a lot more Egyptian geese. And I put that down to, this is just my opinion, down to the fact that there's a lot less of the small predators, the likes of jackal, caracal, genets, monitor lizards, as well as otters in the rivers itself, because we've got a lot more human habitation around all of these natural areas, and everybody likes to bring their dogs, and so dogs attack, kill, and maim the likes of mongoose and all those other predators that I was speaking about. So I think we're seeing the natural population explosion from the Egyptian geese because of our activity as humans, and bringing in the domestic dogs and cats that are assisting in taking out the true natural predators of these Egyptian geese, and as a result we're seeing a lot more of them. Very particular markings though, lovely pink legs and feet, and then they've got that yellow around the iris, the brown feathers around the eye itself, and then down the wings they've got almost mallard-like colors on that very green color with black, and then that nice sort of reddy brown or fawny color. Beautiful birds, but you wouldn't think so when you hear them call. So in the background there, it's a little bit hazy now, but you might see the results of the fire that occurred here in Pilanesberg. I do believe that they've gotten it under control, and there wasn't too many fatalities animal-wise, but it's obviously have a huge impact on the reserve itself. One bonus, I think, is that we're heading into the rainy season, so at least when the rains come, we're going to have a huge regrowth of plants, which would really assist the animals, because for now I think a lot of the food has been burnt, and this was as a result of human error. People were told that they're not allowed to make any fires in the park, self-catering, camping, or wherever they are. I don't think there's any camping in Pilanesberg, but I know self-catering. And some of the guests didn't listen to that because it was very dry at the time and a very high fire danger. People went and, us as South Africans, we love making braais. But yeah, didn't listen to the rules, made a fire, and it obviously blew off into the bush. and then started the fire, which has had a massive impact. I know that there's at least one lodge that's burnt down, including staff accommodation. So we, obviously send out our thoughts to the management on the ground in KwaMaratani and on the Pilansberg at large. And I hope you guys are coming right with all the repairs, etc. And I just think that people need to be a little bit more aware of the rules. And when it's stated very clearly as such, please don't make any fires. Let's just listen to that. It's for a very good reason. And we see the results when we don't listen to it.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So Pilansberg National Park is also a very accessible national park from Johannesburg. I think it's within 3 hours drive. So it's one of those national parks that you can very easily get to, and it is Big Five as well. So wonderful place to visit, and there's also no malaria. So a wonderful family reserve to visit, and I do highly recommend it. Righty, so we have waited a little bit. We'll still keep our eye on this waterhole, and if anything interesting comes down to drink, we'll jump on back. But for the meantime, we're going to head to one of my favorite places in the world, and it is to Namibia and the Great White Place. It is indeed Okokuyu, and we've got a wonderful number of elephants here as well. It looks like it's an elephantastic day once more. Lots of them at Jamala, but never to be outdone. Okokuyu is doing the business. Fantastic. And it looks like the cloud cover has reached all the way across to the west. And hopefully we'll start to get some rain here soon too. Not for the tourists, but for the wildlife, because once the rain comes, as I've mentioned before, we will have a big dispersal of the animals, and they won't be concentrated around the waterholes. The drier it is, the better for game viewing, especially here in Etosha National Park. But it is generally small rains that come now. It doesn't really may have too much of an impact. And so this kind of weather is to be expected, but the big rains will come normally between January and March, and that's when then you have the real dispersal. Sometimes when you have these little rains, like you do normally have at this time of year, it actually even makes it hotter, which quite a strange concept. But little rains like this, and then the sun pokes through, and it's almost like it's magnified, and it really gets hotter, it gets more humid. And it's just incredible. So I wouldn't say that the dry season is over just yet. And when the elephants do come down here, they really dominate the waterhole, and so you can see that there's not really any other animals around. There's some pied crows, but other than that, it's just elephants. I'm not complaining. There's a couple of little youngsters really enjoying it. There's one in particular there. He's having a full-on swim on the close to the opposite bank. He was right under the water there now. So you might ask if the elephants get overpopulated here in Etosha. Well, the one thing I can say is that the elephants are actually able to breach this the national park fence here in Etosha. It's not electrified, and so it's just very high wire fences. And I've actually seen on the western side where, heading towards Kogaland, and in the area around Hobatere, and Ochivasando, which is the entrance on the western side, the elephants actually just walk the fence flat. So they just put their feet onto the fence and they bend it down. And very often you have one individual actually just stand there. It's sometimes one of the larger females. So just stand on the fence, and all the individuals within the herd walk across. And then at the end, she walks off, and the fence bounces back up. So they are able to leave the reserve, and in a small way, able to migrate a little bit. And they do then mingle sometimes with the desert elephants. And I think some of them even head north up to the, I've forgotten the river now, the Kuneni River on the boundary or international border of Angola. So there is some sense of the animals being able to leave a little bit, and I've never heard from management or of there being too many elephants in Etosha, and I just don't think that the conditions really allow for them to get overpopulated, plus added to that with them able to actually leave the reserve if need be. Some making their departure along the yellow brick road off on the right. Concrete Jungle Man. I like that handle. Well, to identify the matriarch of a specific herd, you'd actually have to spend some time with them and actually, it's not always immediately present or easily identifiable. But now it's almost like the signal has been made and everybody's departing. So somebody has said, "Time to go, chaps," and this might all be part of one bigger herd. So it's not easy to tell who is the matriarch immediately. You'd have to just see. Sometimes it's the leader that's the first to leave. Sometimes it's the last to leave. But you'd actually have to be present within the herd, and it would become evident after some observation. So, like for instance, now I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can guess which one seems to be sort of making the decisions, but in that instance, it was not very clear who made the decision to move off. Is it a female that's present in that first group that left? Maybe it is, and they gave the signal from afar. Everybody, catch up, don't hang around, let's go. But yeah, so as I say, not immediately visible or easily identifiable. Sometimes it is, but mostly not. It's kind of subtle in the leadership role. If there's a predator that or some kind of situation that arises, then it can become very evident immediately. But in this kind of sort of general social gathering, we'd have to look a little bit deeper and watch them for a bit longer to be able to work out who the matriarch is. And it's not always the biggest female or the strongest or whatever. It's normally the most, the strongest minded and sometimes the oldest. So, but not always. But as I say, so it's not that evident. If you just see the biggest female, she's the matriarch. As with humans, highly intelligent. So it's a real leader. It's not just the biggest and the strongest, that you might have with the likes of lions, which generally is just the biggest and the strongest. Sometimes intelligence comes into play a little bit. If there's just one male and he's able to keep two male coalition intruders out, he sometimes does that through being a little bit more clever and experienced. With elephants, it's pretty much down to the most intelligent, the most experienced, and that generally then does lead it to be the oldest, but not old or old enough that they sort of their health is deteriorating. That's generally when you do have a younger female that challenges for the matriarch, and I've actually seen females killing another female when she's the matriarch, when she's become too old, maybe not making the right decisions for the group. There's also probably a health aspect in there. She's not able to lead as well as she was because of the deterioration of her health, normally down to the fact that she's not able to eat her food properly because her teeth have worn down. So even an existing matriarch can get taken out by a younger female, but normally by the next leader in line, not necessarily the biggest and the strongest. So the elephants have pretty much disappeared, but that was wonderful to see so many of them at the Waterhole, and that very particular, almost silent signal that we couldn't pick up. We probably would have been able to if we had low frequency machinery or our ears could pick up that low frequency. There was some kind of signal there. I'm sure you all witnessed that, but something we'll not know how that sounded or what it looked like. Anyway, with them leaving, I think we'll also leave for now, and we'll go back to Madikwe and African Tau. Where, once again, it seems like this guy is resident here. It's a grey heron who's looking for some food. The stealth hunter. An excellent fisherman and the patience to boot. Look at how his body moves, but his head has remained deadly still. Eyes focused. Now he moves a bit, but I think he's changed of target. There's something that he's identified there. We might see a strike. And a few drops of rain. Let's hope for more. Actually, I'm not 100% sure it is rain. It might just be a little bit of gaseous exchange. Very often in the mud below, you might have some oxygen being released, sometimes even methane from all the poop that's been deposited in the water. So a bit of a mix of both. Obviously, you don't want too much methane because it can be very detrimental to the organisms living in the water, but a healthy balance is fine. I think he might have a go shortly. I'm seriously egging him on here. So, Betty, good question about birds resting on one leg. Now, there's a couple of reasons why they do that. One is its energy efficiency. So, just to raise one leg and stand on the other, it takes less energy than standing on two. That's one side of it, and another thing is that less body or surface area is exposed to the elements. So, like we see it with the flamingos, they're standing in the water all the time and they pull up their one leg. That leg then being kept nice and warm inside the downy feathers on the chest. So that's, I would say, is probably the biggest reason as to why birds stand on one leg, is to have less surface area exposed to the elements. Because they don't have any feathers on their legs, it's normally quite scaly. And so doing that, bringing it up into the feathered area around the chest and going further down onto the back end, it does sort of help in thermoregulation. Lots and lots of patience do herons have. Come on. Oh, the moorhen might blow his cover. Or he might even drive that fish or frog or whatever it is that he's locked in on towards him. Bundubash, absolutely. This guy is patient. I have to agree. My patience is running a bit thin here. Come on, dude. Get it. Such intense focus as well. Truly a fishing sniper. Come on, it looks like there's potential for a strike here. And herons, they've got a very squawk-like call, and you often hear them call when they're flying. And it's quite easy to identify them from their profile when they are flying. Firstly from their call, quack, it's just a real squawk. And they fly with their neck tucked in, as opposed to the likes of cranes and flamingos with their legs dead straight out the back and their neck straight out the front as well. So when you see a big bird like a heron flying and its neck is tucked in, well, you know then very easily, even from a distance, that it's a heron. No, I think he's missed his chance, and he might move of place. Looks like he's not happy with whatever was there. Maybe it's moved off. And lovely tassels hanging down from the top of the head. As well as on the chest as well. And I do believe I've seen it in the wind. When the grass is sort of blowing in the wind, those white tassels down the front sort of almost mimic the grass as well. So I think that does aid in their camouflage when they're trying to move towards some fish, and so that they're not identified as a predatory bird. Some dragonflies flitting about. Libellule en français. Lovely word that. There he is, just in front of the heron itself. A heron in French is easy. It's héron. So same word, just pronounced differently. You see, I'm not like this heron. When I go fishing, if I don't come right in the first half an hour or an hour, I move and I change of place because obviously there's no fish there, or they're not liking the bait that I've got. So I generally move. So I do have to give this guy kudos because he's got a lot more patience than me. So it's also interesting to note, though, like we saw the Egyptian geese earlier, those are purely vegetarian. I think you have to think when, vegetarian versus carnivorous, meat eating. So plant protein versus meat protein. I think meat protein has a lot more calories, much easier to get energy from a smaller amount. So the Egyptian goose, for instance, has got the food availability. It doesn't run away from it. It doesn't need to hunt it like this bird is. It doesn't need to be patient. Um, the tactics involved, etc. It's very easy for the Egyptian goose just to walk around and graze on the grass. However, the calories obtained from the grass is very low in comparison to the meat protein that the likes of a heron might obtain. So it doesn't have its work cut out for it to obtain its food. It just needs to walk around and feed a lot more. But it doesn't need to think about it as much and have the real strategies. Oh, he went for it. Did he get it? Has he already swallowed it, or did he miss? I don't know. If he did get it, it must have been very small, unless he swallowed it straight down. The way that he's having a rinse there makes out as if he might have. So Reese, that long feathers hanging on top of its head is just part of its breeding plumage, as all the birds are going into currently now. They're all going into their breeding plumage. And so this is part of the heron's lovely colorations when they go into that stage. So they would have molted out their general more drab colors that they have during the year, and now heading into breeding season and trying to attract females, they get this very intricate feathers so that they can display for the females. So now going back to that topic of the vegetarian versus the carnivore, so this heron now obviously needs to get meat protein, which is a much better source of protein and a much better source of energy. However, it needs to work a lot harder to get it. So, and as we can see, it would spend most of its day trying to catch fish, but generally missing. So it doesn't get as much food in. But when it does get food, that energy then that it obtains from the food is much better than the likes of the grass that the Egyptian goose is feeding on. I don't know. Which one would you choose? I think I'd definitely choose being a heron.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
hunt in the shallows and generally very muddy. Seems like there's a bit of a shoal of fish just off in between the crocodile and where the heron is. It looks like that's the direction that this heron is now moving. And the fish seem to be coming towards him, but some have just been spooked by him, I think. Righty, so I think our friend the heron, I don't know if he's going to come right anytime soon, but we wish him luck, and we hope he gets some of his meat protein from these fish that seem to be eluding him. Anyway, with that being said, I think it's time to head back to Kenya and Africam Old Donyo, where we do have ourselves an eland, looks like with some hitchhikers on his back, maybe a whole family of red-billed oxpeckers, and a Maasai giraffe. It's just moving off, maybe going to go and feed off on those bachilia bushes, and some more eland arriving. Looks like the birds, I don't know if that's the oxpeckers as well, they're having a bit of a bath there, just to the side of the eland. This is a very well visited waterhole, and it is in fact the oxpeckers that are having a bit of a bath there too. That's lovely. See this eland approaching, you can see its dewlap just wobbling about as it comes in. So they say that that does assist in thermoregulation, and eland, live and survive predominantly in very hot climates. So it's a kind of a radiator, similar to what the elephants have with the ear flaps, and that is in some way the same with the eland's dewlap. Lots of little birds coming in now as well. I think there's a couple of doves, but mainly I think it is those red-billed oxpeckers. But I'm hoping that at some stage we also see those cutthroat finches. That is a new bird for me that I've been seeing at this waterhole. Generally coming in quite a lot of numbers when they do. But very small birds and difficult to see. here, just going in a little bit closer to see if we can see these oxpeckers. It's like they're rubbing themselves on the skin of the eland. Is that cleaning themselves off after having a bath? Looks like it, eh? So they don't just feed on the eland. They also obviously use it as a taxi as they hitchhike along, as well as a nice rubbing post. So cooperative breeders are the red-billed oxpeckers, and it's normally a unit or a family that you'd see together like this. Must be quite ticklish for the animal, and you often see them sort of shaking their head as they jump around and poke them in the ears, trying to get out any of the ticks, etc. But this is wonderful to see now. They seem to be displaying and calling towards each other. Not often that you get to see them this close up and in this clarity, especially on this beautiful eland. So a wonderful symbiotic coexistence that you have between these two very different species, that being the eland and a lot of antelope in general, and the oxpeckers, both yellow-billed and red-billed. Red-billed are not as picky. I think they prefer a little bit more hairy animals, whereas the yellow-billed oxpeckers prefer a sort of buffalo, mainly, as their preferred host of choice. So Daniela, nice to hear from you, and glad that you're enjoying this lovely little encounter with these oxpeckers on the eland. See some impala making their way through in the background, mainly females. I don't see any rams for now. Maybe they're also going to come for a drink. It is the time of year that a lot of the female impala will be pregnant, and it does seem like this one on the right is rather bulged around the stomach area, so I would think that it is indeed carrying a lamb, and the other one too. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too long, and we're going to see lots of new little babies. So a little bit of frozen picture there sometimes happens on these remote locations. So we've headed on over back to Etosha and the Okokuyu waterhole camera. Now the elephants have left, but seems like some of the general game coming down. Some springbok, some zebra off in the background there. I'm not sure on those animals on the opposite bank. I think it's springbok, but it might be impala. Black-faced impala, to be precise. And this is quite special because you don't often get to see this area with this kind of gray color to it, with the cloud cover being really in the Namib Desert. So it is nice when it's around. It's really different then.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So, as I thought, and as generally happens, the zebra all line up and drink together. Safety in numbers. But you can see the concern for when they do come down to drink. They are anxious. They're still checking, making sure that there's no lions about, which can very often be the case here, because the lions do lie in wait, especially in these thickets just off of the waterhole. But it doesn't seem like there are any around for now. So, anybody thinking of any good books to read? There's something on Namibia, etc. There's a lovely story, and the book's called "The Sheltering Desert," and it's a non-fiction book. It's a story, um, and it was during World War II. And the description that I found online about it, I've read the book myself, but threatened with internment for the duration of World War II, two young German geologists, Henno Martin and Hermann Korn, sought refuge in the Namib Desert and lived a Robinson Crusoe existence for 2.5 years. how they mastered their situation, what they did, thought, and observed, are the subject of the sheltering desert. In it lies the vastness of the landscape, the clear skies, nature's silence in the joy or suffering of her creatures, and the stillness in which the reader too may take refuge from the wrongs of civilization. So that's the description, sort of read online, but just a more basic idea of the story is these two Germans, they obviously avoided conscription, and joining the war, and they hid in the Quiseb River Valley, which is south of Walvis Bay, and another ephemeral river that actually divides the sandy desert to the south and the rocky desert to the north. So it's beautiful from the sky, but the area that they sheltered in, there's a lot of schist mountains, and so it was very easy to hide away. I think they had a bucky or a pickup. They had a little dog and they had a little revolver as well. And the book speaks of their survival in the desert for 2.5 years. Eventually, they were found, and they were actually, yeah, they were arrested for going AWOL. But there was a British. I don't know if he was a tourist or what, and very interesting that obviously German and British were against each other in the war, but there was a British tourist that came to their rescue. I won't give anything more away. It's an amazing story. So if you're thinking of a good book to read, look for The Sheltering Desert. It's always amazing, going to all of these different water holes, and even just watching it, I can almost smell what it is like at that water hole, especially the ones that I've spent a lot of time at, whether it's in Juma. I haven't spent too much or been at that Old Donyo water hole, so I can't quite sort of think of what it is like being there in person. But being here in Okokoyo, for me, it's just I know I've been here so many times that when I look at this waterhole, I can almost feel the heat and the dryness, and I can almost smell this particular smell that is here at this waterhole. It's always there, and it's kind of a mix of elephant dung and the water. It's just something I can't describe, but very special. So, Janet, that distance to those trees there in the background, it's probably between 600 and 800 meters. It's quite far. Um, yeah, it doesn't look too far, but it is significantly far. You'll see how long it takes the animals to get there if they walk in a straight line. Um, and yeah, and this sort of happens in a lot of areas around waterholes, but this one in particular is probably one of the busiest of all the waterholes in Etosha, hence why it's so famous. And yeah, there's a very high impact, like I was speaking of earlier, always around permanent waterholes from animals. And you have trampling, and then they always do, if there's food availability right next to the waterhole, they have a very high impact because they don't go anywhere. And so then the tree line almost recedes and gets further and further back. And now to the point where it's that far back, and then it's almost like a perfect line of where it's receded to. So, just in general as well, the Namib Desert is the oldest desert in the world. It's been forming for the last 80 million years, but it has been a true desert for just under 20 million years. So, it has that fact as the oldest. It's also, though, one of the smallest. And as with all the deserts in the world, it has a cold current that runs up the coast next to it. And so, if you look at all the deserts in the world, I can guarantee you that right next to it, there will be a cold ocean current. And so, what that does is it doesn't allow for a lot of rain forming clouds as you would find in the tropics or in tropical areas, and where you've got a warm water ocean current. And that is, in fact, on the east coast of South Africa. That's where we have all the rain and tropical type regions, Mozambique and into Kenya and Tanzania, etc. Very tropical on that side, a lot of rain. And generally and historically, the rain would actually come from the east coast all the way over to Namibia. And so would have had been brought from the east coast and the warm water current from there. So during the winter, the prevalent wind is the easterly, and bringing those clouds over. And it would take normally the whole way through winter and up until about January, when those clouds would actually have built up enough and have been brought far enough for there to be rain over the Namib. And if you class a desert, a lot of people think it's all just around sand dunes. It's more to do with the precipitation and the amount of rain that you get versus the evaporation. So in Namibia, it's actually termed a super desert, where you have 100 times more the evaporation than the transpiration. So 100 times more water being sucked up than being dropped down, if I can put it in that way. So very, very interesting indeed. And a lot of the desert adapted animals will survive on these natural springs, artesian wells, as well as the fog that would come through from the ocean itself, which doesn't then make for water holes, etc. It just has a big residue of water. And sometimes it does feel like a light rain, but a lot of the animals then survive off and have adapted to being able to pick up this water and survive off that. We look at the likes of little toki beetles that in the early mornings they run on the dunes, and then they almost do a headstand on the top of the dunes. And then the water from the fog collects on their body, and they've got little ridges that run down their back, down to their mouths. And it almost collects on their back and then flows down in a mini river on their exoskeleton and lands up at their mouth, and then they drink the water off themselves. Then you have lichen species that survive in the desert, the largest terrestrial lichen fields in the world, just off the coast, and north from Swakopmund, between Swakopmund and Henties Bay, the largest terrestrial lichen fields on the planet, and also surviving off of that fog that comes in generally every morning. And if you see Namibia from the sky and you go towards the coast, you'll see this fog belt. It's normally a perfectly straight line, and it goes out to sea and it comes over the land. It's almost it's all dependent on the wind, and so you see this moving in and out from the coast. It's actually really incredible. So then you also look at a lot of different plants, the likes of the Welwitschia that I was speaking of earlier, the Welwitschia mirabilis. Also, the population density of those plants existent only within that fog belt that comes in from the ocean. Then you have stone plants and lithops, all very, very well adapted desert plants and surviving purely off that fog that generally comes through on most days. But depending, when we have this easterly wind, then it's bringing the rain, and it also blows the fog out to sea. And sometimes it gets so strong and blows for so long that you have these desert storms and bringing of the sand, etc. And from satellite imagery, sometimes blowing the sand as much as 200 kilometers out to sea. And then if you look at the sands and the dunes in the south, the largest dunes in the world, over 350 meters high. They can't be any higher than that because the wind topples them over at the top. But all of those very iconic red dunes of the likes in the area of Sossusvlei, that red dunes, that sand has actually been brought from the Kalahari, transported by the Orange River, deposited into the ocean, then brought up with the cold Benguela current and blown back onto shore by the predominant southwesterly winds, and then deposited in the areas around Sossusvlei. And the reason why it's so red is because it's quartzite that is rusted or oxidized, because it's traveled over 2,000 kilometers in the Orange River, in the ocean, and then being redeposited onto land. So that's truly where the red color comes from, in that long distance that is traveled in salty water. Righty, so once again, I think we'll change of place. We'll move from one of my favorite places in the world to one of the most active water holes, back up to Kenya and Africam Old Donyo. Where we've got a lovely close-up view of a couple of zebra, also being seemingly harassed by the oxpeckers. Seemed like there was a hornbill that just flew through there in the background. I'm not quite sure which one it was. It looked like a crowned hornbill, but I'm not certain on that. We'd have to see it again. So you see, there's always species that benefit from the other animals. So, when there's a deficit, or when some animals struggle, well, those are the times when other animals benefit. And if you think of the likes of oxpeckers, the times that the animals have more ticks is the good times for the oxpeckers. So they do say that, in fact, oxpeckers, yes, it might assist the animals a little bit in parasite alleviation and pulling off the ticks on them. But the studies reveal, in fact, that they don't actually have much of an impact. I think because the ticks are almost replaced as quickly as they're picked off. So when ticks are present, it doesn't matter how many oxpeckers you put on them, they pretty much almost maintain the same amount of ticks than if they weren't, if the oxpeckers weren't present. I think one of the biggest advantages of having them about, aside from the slight alleviation of parasites, which is debatable, is more so their alert for predators that they will give to the zebra. It's hard to believe, but the oxpeckers are even more alert than the zebra are to predators. And obviously there's always some of them flitting about, flying about. They have the height advantage, etc. And they normally the first to realize that there's danger imminent. And they give off the alarm call and immediately alerts the zebra. And so then they can depart the area where the danger is present. You see the one there just nipping the other one. So Earth lover, yeah, that's a good observation. It seems like these zebra are extremely clean, and the white is very white, the black is very black. I think it probably has rained, because zebra generally look quite dirty, dusty, because they love rolling around in the dust. And I think you probably are right in that observation, in that it's rained. I don't know in the immediate past if it has, but this is a very good clue. So well picked up. And we have seen at this waterhole that we can almost have hundreds of these zebra here. They literally overflow here. There's too many of them for everybody to be able to drink. This is it's quite a decent amount of them. It's not too many. Everybody can drink. Very civilized. But if there's any more, then you start to see them kicking and biting each other, and everybody fighting for a little bit of space. But this we can handle, and so can they. And look at that gorgeous picture. That is fantastic.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
So we're not just randomly looking at bushes. We are needing to look very closely for the distinguished marks of a leopard. But even if there was one there, we might just miss it. So if any of you think that you've spotted a leopard, let us know, and let us know exactly where you might have seen it, because very easy to miss. It looks like the impala are relaxing again, and if there was a clear indication there was a leopard there, they wouldn't be calming down. So I think it might have been the rams alarm calling at each other, trying to put each other off and then win the fight. But we can still just keep having a look. Nice to see the Djuma waterhole still nice and full. Also good just to check along the banks. We might see some monitor lizards, terrapins, some different small birds. Always worthwhile to check. Now, what bird do we have here? Anybody keen to tell me? Who be that? It's normally more of a nocturnal bird. And they've got a very high-pitched whistle. Did you notice that there were two off on the left as well? Very well camouflaged, aren't they? So there's two off to the left. There's one here in the foreground, very clear, and there was another one off in the background as well. So at least 4 of them. So Jerome, yeah, you've got it. Water thick knees. Good one. So not the spotted thick knee. They're slightly smaller than that. And you can see that lovely black stripe on the middle of their wing, as well as at the bottom of their wing. And then they've got almost like a white brow, as well as a white band under the eye as well. But yeah, generally nocturnal and pretty much staying next to the water. Very well hidden. As you can see, their coloration and their plumage blends in very well with the background. They normally just stay very still during the day, and then they start to call during the crepuscular times of dawn, and then they're more active in the evening. Seems to be rather windy today in Djuma as well. So Tracy, yeah, generally at all the waterholes, there's different birds, but we do see a lot of birds at all of them. It also depends on how busy the waterholes are. Like for instance, if we look at Okokuyo, in the early mornings, it's generally pretty quiet game-wise. But you have the Namakwa sandgrass and the doves and pigeons coming in to drink in the early mornings and late afternoons. Here, the likes of Djuma, we have pigeons, we've got lapwings, sometimes plovers, guinea fowl, spur fowls, franklins, sometimes predatory birds as well. We've had bateleur eagles and even vultures coming through. Did I say guinea fowl? Yeah, if I didn't, well, I'll say it. So here's the impala now moving onto our side of the waterhole where the camera is. And there's a lovely waterbuck as well. And so Kwamaratani in the Pilanesberg National Park, we've seen some special, the little green-backed night heron, the Egyptian geese, and some of the kingfishers as well. Old Donyo, we've had gymnogene come down, as well as an African harrier hawk. We've had those cutthroat finches, lots of them. And we've also had emerald spotted wood doves there. Even though it's so busy there with general game, in between when it gets a little bit quiet, lots of the birds come through to drink. At the Tau camera, that one has got a lot of the waterfowl. Of course, at the Kamfersdam, there's thousands of flamingos, both lesser and greater, and lots of red-knobbed coots. There's also the, what is the name? I've forgotten it now. The pied, the one with the recurved bill. Avocets, pied avocets. Then where else? At Naledi Dam, at the Cat Eye, it's very similar birds to what we get here in Djuma, because it's also part of the Greater Kruger National Park, so quite similar in the birding that we get. We often hear lots of birds as well, the kakelaars or the green woodoopoos. We often hear babblers as well. Don't often always see the birds, but we very often hear them too. So excellent birding right across the board, across all the different locations and the Waterhole cameras.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
I always think of waterbuck, particularly the females, as being extremely cute and cuddly. I think that's always my impression, and that's what it's always been of waterbuck. They seem like some of the friendliest antelope out there. So now this waterbuck just made its way down to the little waterhole that's off of the Djuma Dam itself. And when I was at Djuma Permanent with WildEarth and I was on Safari Live and all of that, this waterhole in the background, the main dam, was completely dry. So they built this little waterhole here just in front that they could fill, and just to, have some permanent water here for the animals to drink from. And obviously not making it too big so that it's easy to fill, and it would then keep the animals coming to drink as well. Now, I think just with all the rain, it's kept that full too, but not a natural waterhole, that little one there. So, and we are slowly heading towards the end of the show, as per usual. It's been wonderful having you all on board with us. Don't forget that immediately after this, at 3 p.m., there will be the Sunset Safari, and all the naturalists will be out and about trying to see exactly what they can find. So they will be out on Djuma. I'm sure they'll be out on Amakhala as well in the Eastern Cape, as well as on Pridelands. So don't go anywhere. There's lots of action coming on the way. That being said, obviously the animals are always the stars of the show, and the show would not be there without them. It also wouldn't be without the crew at WildEarth, some of which you never see, but those are the guys that make things happen. So we always got to thank them. As I always say, we got the easy job as naturalists. We just get to sit here and talk about what we see, but it's not really that difficult, is it? But thanks to you also, obviously, the viewers, for joining us. Without you, we wouldn't have the need for a show. And so you guys keep us keeping on. But then tomorrow morning, once again, there will be the Sunrise Safari. And then I'll be back here sometime in the morning on Live at the Waterhole once again. So there's lots of viewing to be had. Don't go anywhere. Sit right where you are. So that's it from me, folks. My name's Ralph Kirsten. Bye for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our live sunset safari, the largest safari vehicle in the world. We're in South Africa and we have started our afternoon in style with a tiny little antelope coming out towards the road. How exciting. My name is Tess, behind the camera is Paul. Thank you so much for joining us on safari today. We are going to be focusing on birding, which I believe a lot of you had a good day of birding at the Waterholes in between our safaris today. So let's let the luck continue and find every bird we possibly can while we're at it. Now, the steenbok is slowly walking away, so we're hoping that it's going to come back. It's actually not alone. There is a second steenbok that has been hanging around as well. This is a little female. And there's a little male that's gone into the thickets somewhere on the left. They like to be in a pair, they like to be quite territorial. And it's nice to see them in the same general area, because sometimes they split up within the territory and divide and conquer. But welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're in the Sabi Sands, which is in the northeastern section of South Africa. One of the best areas for game viewing in the whole of South Africa. And I think it's going to be a good but hot afternoon. I'd love to hear from you though, so if there's any specific birds you're looking for, or any other animals, any questions you might have, or anything you want us to chat about. She got very interested with that. Please let us know. We are live and interactive, so we would love to hear from you. You can register on the website and ask us questions that way. You can also chat with us and join in the conversation on Twitter using #WildEarth. Or you can chat on YouTube as well, and remember, you can watch us on the app. Where are you going, girl? She hides so well behind one tiny little shrub. Steenbok is probably the smallest antelope we would get here. There are one or two that might be smaller, but we don't really see them. Quite nice to have her out in the open and showing off in the sun. Cindy, hello, good afternoon. How are you? I hope you've had a spectacular day, and thank you